Good evening, wonderful, wonderful people. I'm Sentient Dessert, and I am back. I am back tonight. So I got a few things planned for tonight. Um, Went through and did a few quests to, basically allow myself to get to a higher rank within the, Grand Company. Let's hop on over. And I went around and I gathered up all the non-main storyline quests for dungeons, because we're going to be doing some dungeons. Now then, this is the other thing that I'm going to be doing. The Weaponsmith of Legend. This is for the starting of the relic weapon. You need to talk with Nedrick Ironheart when you hit 50, and I think after you complete part of the main story quest. So, let's... This... Need to go to Revenant's Toll. Revenant's Toll. And you will be introduced to Rowena, who is a character that is persistent throughout the game. Basically, if you want a good comparison, she is kind of like Tom Nook without altruism. Or if you remember Ed, Ed, and Eddie, she's like Ed, or Eddie. Always after a buck. How to exploit money from people. So, you come, you talk to Rowena. You don't have to listen to... You don't have to speed through it like I am. And then you head to North Shroud again. I mentioned in an earlier spot, you need to come up here. And this is to work towards the Katana. At least for my character, it's going to be the Katana. Oh, and upon completing main story quest for 2.0, allows you to fly in the old zones, in the 2.0 zones. So we are going to initiate the relic quests. I'm not going to... I will go through at some point and do a step-by-step of what you need for each part. But I'm not going to actively go through it because it can take anywhere from like 20 minutes to get the stuff done to a week to get the stuff done, so... And now you have opened up a Relic Reborn, and you can... Katana and the Holy Shield. So, you're going to verify, I believe. Nope, not gonna ask to verify. So open the Time Worm Katana from Treasure Coffer in Zaharak. Here. They have streamlined, they've gotten rid of a lot of the steps in some of the older relics. So the relics are not going to be as, the relics are not as difficult to get as they once were. There's still a lot that you've got to do. There's one stage that a friend is working on that is the Zodiac Brave Chronicles, which does take quite a bit. Don't rightly remember exactly what that one does. That one entails. Down. Ooh. Water down here. Okay. So, chest is supposed to be around here somewhere. Kill this guy for my challenge. Hunt log. In here, you were there. So what I did is I went and I off stream did can't really pull it up here. Profile. Yeah, I raised my rank to 2nd Flame Lieutenant. Going to help kill that thing. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Treasure coffer. Completely ignore all the enemies around. Right. Got to bring that back to Geralt. Geralt. I don't know what his name is. Don't think I've ever heard it pronounced. Hey, that's nice of you. You didn't need to come and do this, but I appreciate it nonetheless. We're looking for Thaumaturge. Hey. Burning a hole in my pocket. Is that a... Earn 50,000 flame seals. Okay, we are now going back to Geralt. Geralt. Name even. Geralt. Could be Gerald for all I know. You know, if you could, just like have more control in the game, I'm pretty sure you could get him to make you anything if you gave him enough alcohol. He is an alcoholic. Like a really worrisome alcoholic. Okay, we give him the Time-Worn Katana. Deliver a materia enhanced Aeolian Scimitar. Geralt. Alright, this is the important step. And when I first went through this, I didn't read the quest entirely, or I just was not paying attention when I did. And you need to bring the item that he's asking that has been melded specifically with a certain type of materia. So, when you get here, it's going to be different for each weapon. For this one, it is the Aeolian Scimitar, melded with 2 grade 3 Battle Dance materia. Thankfully, Battle Dance are not one that are difficult to get, though I have been hearing that since other people have been advertising stuff, a lot of the low-end materia has been disappearing off the market and has been going for a lot more than it used to. So I am going to go check the market board. Oh, excuse me. Gonna go check the market board and see what is available. It's probably gonna be too much. Always too much. Really? Okay, I'm gonna go grab that quest. Other Workers Guild. Other worker. Right, we have. Other worker is the closest one to the marketplace here. Here's where you get retainers if you want to know more about that. I do have a video specifically for that. Whoa, long time no see, man. How you doing? So you will need to get the Aeolian Scimitar, which is, yes, way too expensive right now. I will log over and make one of those for my character, but some people are selling them already with the materia. We check out the... Oh, it's a single word. Battle Dance materia, rank 3. Not bank breaking, but still better than the, I guess it's gonna be more expensive. Yep, more expensive for the grade 3 because people are doing the quests. That sounds great, man. Glad to hear it. I hope you have fun. Oh, this weekend. How was it? So I am not going to be progressing with that quest right now. I will come back after I have crafted and sent it over to this character, because why pay 90k for something that I can, you know, make for like 200 gil? No PvP yet? Is that something they're planning to add? Okay. Let's see, which one do we do first? Do we do Amdapor or do we do... We do Amdapor first, and then we do Wanderer's Palace. Sometimes the bots can be harder than actual players. I forget what they were called originally, but there was one game, I think it might have been Half-Life 2, where they introduced, I think they were called Reaper bots. And Reaper bot was just the nomenclature that the designers came up with for it. And they were designed specifically as a learning bot. So you had all sorts of crap going on. I could be misremembering stuff. We want to go Conjurer's Guild. Well, yeah, I mean, it takes a while to program a bot to be effective. It's funny though that sometimes when they've been programming bots for games like that, they do not function as intended. So the bots will exploit bugs occasionally. Oh, I can get that now. So when you're going through and getting the the various level 50 dungeon quests. They are going to be spread out across the entire world, but I found out that a lot of them, the majority of them, have been consolidated into Revenant's Toll, and I will show you where momentarily, as soon as I zone in. Alright. So you want to head south from the crystal, and they are going to be in this room. All of the plus quests that you talk to here, well, the majority of them will give you the dungeons. And I went searching online how to prepare for all this, and it was saying you got to go to these different locations to talk to these people, but they've consolidated all the quests to this area. I assume that doing the new pathfinding for these bots is also a focus. Yeah, that would make sense. Always good to get certain things taken care of. So we are going to get into doing some duties momentarily. I'm going to get into... I'm not joining this fate. I'm going to get into the hard mode for Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda tonight as well. So that will be something to look forward to. And I'm going to try to explain the fights. Those three are going to be 8-man fights in hard mode. And they've got mechanics that are raid wipe mechanics, as most things like that. Final Fantasy XIV, we actually had an influx because if you haven't been paying attention to the news, people were not happy with the latest release from Blizzard for World of Warcraft, and then the suit that California has been building against Activision Blizzard finally got made public. So, yeah, people are not wanting to give their money to a company that is basically running the place like Weinstein would run his place. I would estimate that that we've had about approximately, I don't know the exact numbers, but from what I've been seeing and what I've been hearing, at least 250,000 people have come over to the game. At least. A few of the big WoW streamers came over and tried it. One guy tried to, one guy, he just got roasted when he came over and tried to... He used a level booster, and the thing is, when you use a level booster, you don't learn anything. You don't learn anything about the game, so he's running around in, like, high-level duties, just getting, like, murked left and right, because he's not paying attention to mechanics that, if he had leveled up and played the game, he would have learned. Because this game builds upon itself in every dungeon. They introduce some new mechanics occasionally, but a lot of it is an old mechanic with a twist. So, where we are going, we need to check our quests. D1. Ghosts of Amdapur. My dyslexia really kicked in with this, and it wasn't until this last week that I read that as Amdapur and not Ampador. So, yeah, my dyslexia doesn't like D's and P's like that. But, yeah, if you want to give this game a shot, let me know. It's the trial is up to level 60, which is the main game, which is all of 2 Point Star. And all of 3-Point Star as well. So you get the main core game and the expansion, the first expansion for it to play through, which is unheard of. You have free reign over everything. I think you get a limit on how much money you can have. You get a limit on being able to use the market board. You can't have anybody on your friends list. You can't send mail. Yeah, I enjoy the storyline, and I have worked pretty well to get my dyslexia to a point where I can read things quickly and have it make sense. It's I played word games with myself a long time ago, just like making anagrams out of words, so that when I look at something and I see it's kind of mixed up, it's like, okay, what makes sense in this context? But I have been doing this as a teaching run. So every time I enter a new dungeon, I will go over the mechanics, and I upload the video. I isolate the video and I upload it later with the full run, so that if somebody's having trouble with the trash, they can go back and look through the video instead of just doing the boss fights, which is what I've seen with a lot of videos. Um, so, yeah, I'm gonna head into Amdapur. I'll get in relatively soon. This place, oh, this place was fun back in the day. I am currently playing as a paladin, which is a tank. Um, Gladiator is the class, the job is paladin. Um, I did this because a lot of people also don't know how to tank, and coming from World of Warcraft, this game, tanking is a bit different. I mean, mostly the same, but there are some things that are different. Particular, anytime you enter a dungeon, if you're above the level of the dungeon, you have to reactivate your tank stance. Because when you level sync, you will remove all the buffs on you that are self-applied or like a heal from another player, that kind of stuff. These buffs will stick around because those are through the free company. If Square Enix did not screw over Warrior, I would probably be leveling as a Warrior. Because, yeah, they got rid of the self-heal on Warrior. So they went from being, I can run in and tank like 20 items. I can run in and I can tank 20 enemies and keep myself alive by myself. My first time coming back and trying to tank after they made that change, I didn't realize they made that change. Run in, pop all my cooldowns, do that, and just like, why am I dying? I'm not getting healed by this. What did they do? Why did they break this class? So I went with Paladin because it is the most soloable of the basic of the two tanks that it starts out with. Well, tanking in this game, not as not as difficult as it is in some other games. You still have to manage to maneuver enemies and whatnot properly. But if you stick around and watch, you'll get to see me run through one of the original endgame duties. Probably run this place 200 times. They've certainly made tanking a lot easier through the years, because Paladin didn't have any way of AoE tanking. They had a skill called Blind, which they would cast. This is technically side quest after the 2.0 story ended. There's still 2.1 through 2.5 story to get through, though. And that unlocks a couple of other dungeons as well. I've been trying to do the dungeons in release order. But at this point, it doesn't really matter with the way the duties are set up. And I might have to come back and do this again in a few months because they're doing a stat crunch. They're doing a stat crunch with the next expansion. And from the developers, it looks like it's going to be 1/5. So right now I've got 9,837 hit points. After the stat crunch, I will probably have a little bit under 2,000 for the same content. So it's going to be interesting to see how it works with all of the old dungeons. Here we go. With all the DLC, currently the cap is going to be level 80. But you also have, on one character, you can get all jobs. Amdapur Keep. Alright, let's get our tank stance up. Now, on these poles, you want to find whoever the staff user is, and you want to stun the crap out of him, because he's going to summon an ad. This is only true for this beginning section. You got, I think, 3 or 4 of them that you have to go through. You don't have to pull everything along here. But it doesn't hurt. Do want to get the Dillahan as well. Pull behind. And kill them all. If I were on my main character, I would be probably pulling to the end of the hallway, but I do not have festive gear. I've got decent gear. As you run by, make sure to establish threat on all the enemies. Keep running. Do not stray to the right in here. Immediately go left out the door and grab the Dillahan. And burn everything down. Don't worry about it, mate. It happens. We've got this group. A stun. Engage. Over here you've got 2 padding Dullahans. You don't have to pull either of them. You will have to pull this Hippogriff. But if you skirt everything and go straight up to the door up there, you can avoid pulling either of the Dullahans. Now, if you are looking to complete your pets, get all the pets you want. There's a chest over here that has a chance of having the demon brick in it. So, if you're up for that, you can run over there and grab it without pulling anything usually. Try and keep an eye on the Dillahan. We got it. Okay, everybody in. Everybody in. There we go. Okay, this boss. Part 1 for this boss. You just beat him. You beat him down, and then he's going to summon a giant rock golem. You can't kill him before he summons it. He will be at like a sliver of life, which we might get today. My mistake. This guy's gonna summon the rock golem. Okay, this guy will also do a bunch of summons for smaller golems around the arena. Now, in the past, this rock golem would walk forward and just do jumps that do massive damage, and it was a DPS contest. That, if you got caught in that, it was death. You don't really have to worry about that anymore, because the boss goes down quickly. Jump through the ethereal flow. See what the loot is. Warlock ring bands. Greed on it. Now that I can turn in the green items, I will be greeting on everything so I can get seals if need be. These statues, a couple of them are going to pop. You want to grab them. And into the next room. You don't have to move on to each group like I am. It's a matter of however you want to tank things your way. I just do this because it's easier and faster in the long run to be able to AoE stuff down. Pay attention to your healer's ability as well. This is a Dillahan we can skip, but we've got to get the... Wasn't ready for the third one. Yeah, we'll kill these here, and then the next one is going to be pulling a small group with the sleepers that will pop. Okay, next group. Yeah, don't pull the Brontosaur or the Houndlight. You just come out immediately and take a left turn. Tag the Dillahan. Then you establish threat on the others and destroy them. Now, you don't have to pull everything up here, but I'm going to because it's just simpler than trying to avoid everything. It's one of those situations where somebody will pull. You've got the Brontosaur there and the Wisp as well. Come on, there we go. Okay, this door, I believe, opens up when you kill this last Dillahan. Second boss. This is the first fight with the dance. Okay. This boss has been nerfed beyond all recognition. as you usually don't get to the wasp stage. So, this boss is a dance. He's going to do a area of the floor that you can't stand on. You move off of it, it'll explode, you move off the next spot, and there's the dance. He does that a few times, and then he does a knockback. So you want to do that, and then sit in the middle. You don't want to be near the edge. You're going to do repel. If you're near the edge, you will get knocked back. Be careful if you do not get knocked back as the tank, because if the boss moves through you, you will die. The mechanic that was not reached is after the second time he does repel, he will summon 2 wasps. So, when I say he got made really easy, he got nerfed. Now, this next section, pull however you like. You can do it as often, as large or as small as you want. But the mobs that you have to look out for are the succubus. Succubus will cast AoE Fire 2 on random people as you're walking by, so engage. The succubi can be stunned. You can stun them in the middle of a cast, which is nice. This section can normally be done in like 2 or 3 pulls. If you've got a decent party. So, these guys are actually doing pretty good damage. Always dodge out of stuff. Okay, we've got their succubus. And we're pulling up to that next section. Sit here. Tank, and we will wait for that Dullahan to get close, and we will engage it as well. So, this place used to take 20 minutes to half an hour, depending upon how well you were able to handle the bosses and if you had any trash wipes or anything like that. Because, believe it or not, people would wipe on trash. Particularly the succubi. They would just ignore the fact that the succubus can hit you from like right over there. Alright. You can bypass these 2 Dullahan by skirting around them, but the bard shot one. We'll kill it. They may need it for a log of some sort, so we'll take that one out, and then we'll just take this one out too. But you can skirt around the Dullahan in here. You don't have to engage them all. We are at the 12-minute mark. So, last boss. To pay attention to with this boss. He's got a frontal cleave. He's got a tail cleave. There's the tail cleave. You don't want to be standing behind him. he is going to do something that is an apocalypse type thing where a ball will appear in the middle and will slowly lower to the ground. When it hits the ground, it deals very heavy raid-wide damage. After that goes off, one of these statues is going to turn into a real creature and attack you. DPS can usually handle it by themselves, but as the thing, imminent catastrophe, you run, you hide behind the statue. It's no longer a wipe. Those two that got caught in it, they would have been dead. So it tells you just how far the thing has been nerfed. But the fight is considerably easier now. But at least you now know how to handle it properly. So, that was Amdapor Keep. In less than 15 minutes. And, alright. Guess the shield? Okay. That is a dungeon finder, basically. Random people across the data center. There's, I think, 7 servers in the data center, and they do that so that you can match up easier and you don't have to spend like 3 hours waiting because nobody on your server wants to do the dungeon that you want to do. And they have wonderfully added in a roulette system as well, so that if you want to do a specific dungeon over here, like say you want to do the Sunken Temple and you don't want to randomly get into it, you just want to do this dungeon, you need to get one item in there, you can queue for that, but it's also going to take the people from the roulette and put them into the mix as well, so that you're not waiting forever. So they give bonuses to the people that queue for the random, and if you leave a random, if you leave any of them, you'll get a demerit, unless it was a completely reformed party. But they've got it designed to where you can, the people that are just like queuing for the roulettes will get bonuses for queuing for the roulette instead of just like going specifically for a certain dungeon. So it encourages people, and you can get into a dungeon, like you can get into Sastasha, which is the first dungeon, with like a full party of level 80s. Doesn't happen often, but I've seen it happen. And they get synced down to level 18, which is the cap for that spot. And I am going to take a quick break. My mother called during the middle of that, and she's recovering from surgery, so I am going to give her a call back. I'm going to go on a little bit of BRB mode, and I will be right back. Sorry about that. Just had to check a few things with Mum. She's doing okay. Alright. One night in Amdapur. That does not take us to this place. That takes us to another place. Which we will get to eventually. Okay. Else is... Where were we going? Where were we going? Wanderer's Palace. Be Camp Bronze Lake. You still there, mate? Alright, so the Wanderer's Palace. Is that gonna be better? That's gonna be better, yep. The Wanderer's Palace. Oh, and we have now unlocked level 50 to 60 dungeons. The Wanderer's Palace appears sooner, but they basically unlocked around the same time. A scholar? You're a scholar. The Wanderer's Palace. If you are a fan of these games, this is where you meet the wonderful little Onberries. Don't worry about killing that one. Gonna be one that will spawn behind us that we have to run away from. He catches us. Oh. Must they... Nope, there he is. Right there. So we have to speed through this, because that guy is going to follow us, and if he catches up to us, he's going to do what Tonberries do, and stab us. He's fighting those two adventurers we saw earlier. Top of these stairs, there's going to be a bunch of ads that'll spawn. And you just pull it into the next room. Wow, everything is so squishy now. Like, you literally had to pull like 3 or 4 groups in order to stay ahead of that guy. I can't even see him following us yet. So I'm gonna grab this group. And I'm going to go grab Mr. Tonberry-san there. And grab this group as well. Oh, we got a white mage, so we... Regen. Doesn't help when you're pulling. Sometimes you can't get out of the way of the AoEs that are tossed out. Okay, first boss. Almost there. It's literally behind this door. Yeah, not even seeing the chasing Tonberry yet. So, first boss, he will do a draw in. He will do a sneeze. And he will do an AoE poison, which I think is the sneeze. Yep, there's the draw in. And he's going to sneeze. Everybody got poisoned because everybody's standing near him. There's the second sneeze, which lowers immunity, meaning that I do not get healed as much. That is pretty much how you do that fight. The Nemean devices. Or Nemean devices. I don't know. Okay, along here you want to kill the Tonberries. And we are pulling to the top of the stairs. I actually like this healer. So, you'll see that these are rusted Nemean devices. The gear grease are going to be dropping items that you need to pick up and use on the devices, which means you have to kill certain characters, certain enemies in order to advance. And you can't skip it. You grab the lantern oil. Grab the lantern oil. I take that back, it's the Tonberries that drop the lantern oil. Once the Nemean devices are used, come out, check around, come to this one, use the lantern oil to unrust it. Okay. Group over there. Yeah, they're gonna run forward and get attacked by something. I'm going to break my normal tradition, and we're coming after these because they're on the hunt log. But there are more wandering Tonberry here. If you get close to them, they are going to run and engage the group. You have to come into the central room because there is another switch here. Normally you would come down this way. I was avoiding stuff. Well, not really avoiding. I wanted to get those soldiers because they're on my hunt log. So normally you would come in, go left, then go straight, pick up stuff in here. And we have engaged the Tonberry, so I cannot taunt it. He will lose interest if you run too far away. There's also going to be one over here, I believe. Oh. Let's just do the loop around. We'll go this way. Now, because we went this way, we can come down and take care of it this way. This treasure chest is important. If you are going for your relic weapon, this is the only place to get the item that is used to craft the item that you need to turn in for the relic weapon. So, open the chest and pray that the piece that you need is in there. So, that was Bloody Bardisha and the Pinprick Pebble. Okay, we're going to run forward, we're going to taunt. Get these two. These guys are going to drop the oil needed to take care of that Nymean device and the other Nymean device. What I'm going to do is, crap, I can't. I was going to try to engage, but okay. This is an entire cluster at the moment. Okay, they are going to take care of that. I'm going to come get this one. See, normally you come up and then you go in sort of an S shape. And then you come in here and fight this guy. This guy will summon ads, and he will chase. When he chases, before, if he caught who he was chasing, in days past, if he caught who he was chasing, they would basically be killed. Like 1 or 2 slaps and they're dead. He will summon ads. It's the blue ad that you want to get rid of as soon as it pops. It doesn't appear in the first group, it appears in the second group. And you want to get rid of it because it's a healer. I don't think we're going to have to worry about the second group, because he melts. Yes, when he focuses on a single target, the boss is unstunnable, but the boss would be, like, he caught the guy, and they would have been dead. Okay. Oh, we've already got that. Along here, as soon as you start climbing the steps, another one of those chasing Funberry would appear. So you'd come up these steps, turn around, and he spawns. He moves slowly. And I'll be honest, I haven't been tanking this dungeon that well thus far. So, we're gonna run up to the next group. I do have my Hail Mary skill. That was bad on my part, I was line of sighting my healer. Yep. That is completely on me. So ideally, you won't be pulling the giant Tonberry with you. I have never seen it go that dramatically after somebody. Like, chasing the entire way. As soon as we open the door and we step inside, he should despawn. There we go. Now we come to the Tonberry King. Alright, so this boss. This boss, whenever a Tonberry dies, he gains a stack. And you had to time the stacks and make sure not to have too many, otherwise the tank would take lethal damage. Right now, the boss will die before he has enough stacks to actually deal any serious damage. The Tonberries would walk to the middle, and you'd had to keep them low, but still on the tank. So you didn't kill them. The 2 just died, so he's now got 2 stacks of Rancor. And then you had the Tonberry Slashers, which were kill the boss before they reach the middle, otherwise they're going to go ham on everybody. So, that was the Wanderer's Palace. Learn from my mistakes. That healer did good in there. That healer did really good. Right. That's 2 down. We got about 12 to go for the level 50 ones. Let's see what's next. Oh, looks like we're going back someplace. Where is... Could go for Sastasha. Not Sastasha. Sastasha Hard is a later... Nope. No. There we go. Copperbell Mines. They introduced hard modes to certain duties, which is basically revisiting the same duty, but things have changed since the last time you've been there. So we've got Copperbell coming up. Get over here. Pop the stone torch again. Complete. It's just a simple quest to go and activate it. Copperbell Mines Hard is now accessible. So, a lot of these will have a level sync or a duty item sync. So it doesn't matter how powerful your gear is, it'll still be synced because it's still technically low-end content for max level of that era. So even if I had like yeah, this syncs it to maximum for the 2.x storyline. So, just looking at a few things very quickly. We are going to enter Copperbell Mines Hard. While I'm waiting... go visit old, go to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. So, you know how I said that the items drop? So it's going to cost 7,500 to get the, what is needed to create this item. Going for a lot more than it needs to be. That's actually on par with what they used to be. I think it was like 125,000 gil for one that didn't have the materia, and like 200,000 for one that had the materia. Across the board for the relic weapon precursors. Copperbell Mines hard. Now, other games, when they introduce hard mode content, they typically just toss you in with the same maps and everything and just make the enemies a little bit harder. This one, nope. Completely new content. Completely new. First boss used to be a chore. And I'll explain when we get there. But right now, let's just tear down the trash. Overpower. Dodge out of the overpower. Come to the lift. Make sure everybody's here. Pull the lever. I haven't been in here before, so it could be... Nope, we go this way. So, we got the Errant Revenants. Everything looks the same so far. But I guarantee you it is not. They will reuse parts of the old map occasionally. This one utilizes the first part of the map, but you'll see it diverges relatively soon. That is taped in. Got that. He's gonna run away. Got a collapsed rock. We want to destroy these collapsed rocks and move past them. We got Spriggans that will come up from behind. But the collapsed rock, the faster you get through the collapsed rock, the better. Because it means that these guys aren't hurling rocks at you anymore. Right, this one we have got 2 Spriggans, 3 Spriggans, and a giant. But we also want to engage the rock. I think we'll have a couple more come running along shortly. Could be wrong. Looks like I'm wrong there. But this resembles what the original Copperbell was like. Take care of the collapsed rocks. Keep running ahead. You don't have to engage the stuff that's behind you, if I recall correctly. Yeah, you do. So, you have to kill everything. Everything that comes after you, at least. Alright, in here, want to destroy the collapsed rock. As you destroy this collapsed rock, more ads are going to pop out, and you will get bombs that will come over and try to prevent you from continuing the dig. So you want to kill everything that you can before moving on. The DPS is such that, yeah, it's not going to matter. Having 2 ninjas is rather amazing when it comes to DPS. Okay, here is where we diverge. Before we would fight the boss that jumps down from there, but here we've got this guy. Bring him, go to attack enemies. He is going to set the bridge on fire. So you have to run forward and be out of the fire range, because you will be taking consistent damage as you are there. Now, the method now is you pull it to the end. The flambeau will try... It's a bomb. If you hit it, it will explode. If it gets to the end, it's not going to matter. So, ads will spawn. The flambeau in the past would be a wipe if it hits you. They all go out to a certain location. This flambeau will have to kill. Because it's self-destruct, will hit everybody. But if you pull him just to the very end, now it's basically how the fight is done. Before, you had to space it out so that the flambeau could get killed before they would reach the group, before they would reach the tank and healer. Now, no need. Alright. So, we have come here, jump down the shaft. This is the place where the collapsed rock will start spawning things. Going to get enemies that come in from the sides. You'll bash them and they'll die. There's the bomb. Come up, kill the bomb. Oh, that one cannot be stunned. Keep at it, or we'll spawn. DPS is really on their game in here. So last group, last pair I should say. You gotta kill them anyway. Okay, we got a treasure coffer. I'm gonna go over and grab that. Hey, slime puddle. Okay, this boss. This boss is fun. Everybody here? Okay, I will engage. So this boss, you have to basically hit him with a bomb. You have to okay. We are doing more damage than we would before. So he is going to run around and do jumps. Do that. I've got to maintain threat and make sure that he doesn't put it towards It is a frontal thing that he will always throw on me. Or rather, whoever has the highest threat. So if you sit back and watch this fight, you can see what's going on. The Waymaker Bomb is right there. So he is going to be in range for that regardless of where it goes off. Don't be standing near me. Bomb will detonate. It gives you its timer. So the line AoE goes straight for whoever is highest on threat. And then he does the ground fire. A bomb that appears in ground fire will go off immediately. Wayfarer bomb is detonating soon. Wandering over there. So ground fire. Want to avoid. And the last bomb is not going to hit him. It's just going to go off. But he has low enough life that we can just beat the crap out of him. And now the actual boss comes out. And we grab Biggie, pull him back here. And we want to kill him before the big bomb goes off. Or pull him away from where the big bomb goes off. Alright. This is a pole canyon. Meaning you are going to pull everything. Whether you intend to or not. Pop cooldowns if you need to. Keep an eye out for wandering monsters. Yeah, I'm gonna come over and grab the treasure chest. Normally I would be bothered with DPS pulling, but these guys just seem completely on their game. It's the undergeared and the inexperienced that going to be pulling. And once you run through a few dungeons, you will start to get a feel of who knows what they're doing and who doesn't. And eventually you will know what you are doing to the point where you'll be able to just like blindly run through stuff and know exactly what to do. Alright, we are nearing the last boss. But somebody pulled. Which is fine. These guys go through them like they're melted butter. Okay. Boss, tank him where he stands, in the middle. He's going to summon a worm. The worm is going to run around. If he is going to tell the worm to hunt. When the worm is hunting, you want to grab a crystallized rock from the edge, usually a DPS or the healer will do it, and drop it on the sand and then run away from it. Otherwise, everybody will be taking major damage. Ads will spawn periodically. Yep. The Abyss Worm will eat the crystallized rock. I thought... Okay. These guys will follow their target regardless, so it's best to kill them. Boss. Got the Abyss Worm. They're just feeding it consistently. This DPS is really high with this group. Now we can probably just ignore the worm from this point forward. But the worm would do massive grade-wide damage. It would pull you into the center as well. And the worm isn't hunting yet. I don't think the worm has started hunting once. They've just been feeding it. Which, I suppose, does work. We can interject that, we can't interject that. Well, arm's length anyway. Okay. I can't taunt these guys off you. They're just going to... There we go. Healer did good there. I'll take the loot. Okay, I am going to go to trade some of this gear in, because as I go through, I remembered something important. We're gonna go back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Start trading in some of the gear that we've been getting from these dungeons, because a lot of these had the same turned inventory. A lot of these duties had the same gear set. So you would run like different dungeons and the drops in it would be the same across the board. So it just makes a little bit of sense. Oh, we do. Right. So we go turn those in for guild seals, which will allow us to buy ventures. Ventures are important. Get another. Okay, I am the highest rank available. And the seals that you get now are considerably more than you used to get, because the level 50 gear maybe gave you 60 seals before. Right, we got that. We are going to off of him and go to the quartermaster. Materials. First rank, first materials. Venture. Antidote. Venture, we want let's just get 20 for right now. Now that I'm the max rank, I can go over what you can buy at this location. So, the flames, the adders, and the storms all have their own gear. And it's going to, there's going to be some that is comparable level, same stats, just they look differently. Like, the weapon is going to be different regardless of where you go. But it's the armor specifically that people get. This allows you to look like flame guards you see everywhere. Mortal flames. So, you have all of those options. You can get the weapons based upon your rank. If you are leveling an alternate job, this is a great way of getting the gear level the alternate job. Because it is relatively good. It's green quality, so it's better than any comparable thing on the market usually. And as you go up, this one is like 20 to 40, 20 to 30. Then here you have 40 to 44. And lastly, you've got this section, which is 50. And I do not have enough seals to get any of these, but these are some of the best weapons you can get. And there's another thing that you can get called Sanction. Where are Sanction? Sanction. Scroll containing glyphs, which when read aloud invoke Sanction, a spell used by the Grand Companies to temporarily enhance the properties of company-issue armor. I never used it. It just did not seem like that good of a trade-off, and there was better gear available. But it can be useful if you're going through low-level dungeons and you want to use the gear to a higher ability. So, aside from weapons and armor, which can be improved by using the Sanction spell, you got the materials. So let's go through the materials. You've got the Venture. The Venture is given to retainers who go out and gather gear on their own. They're basically on a little quest of their own that lasts 1 to 18 hours, depending upon what you send them on. Antidote and Echo Drops are used to remove status ailments. Dark Matter. This is used to repair equipment. Grade 1 can repair everything level 10 and below. 2, 20 and below. 3, 30 and below, and so forth. Every grade allows you to do that level and below. So, we have the Athilk Lavender Seeds. These are for gardening. If you've got a plot of land that you've... If you've got a plot of land that you're trying to grow stuff on, or you're trying to do crossbreeding of some sort, you can use these. Gardening is something that I may touch on later, but you have to have your own house in order to do it. You've got Void Drake Seeds, which are the same thing. Smelling Salts. They are another, they're basically like Antidote, but for sleep. And Spine Drops are for paralysis. Then you've got one of the best items in the game, the Company Issue Engineering Manual. This will increase the amount of experience that you get through crafting. And the Survival Manual will do it for gathering. And it gives you a set amount of experience points that you can get with it. So, these first ones are good for the low-level stuff. And then you've got more higher-grade Dark Matter. Alright, you move on. Onyx Tears. A potion. Potions have been mostly phased out of the game. Don't become reliant on them except for skill-based potions if you're doing raiding. We have additional barding that can be purchased. You have the second grade of the engineering manual and the survival manual. This does twice as much experience as the first one. Then you have Cordial. Cordial will replenish GP. GP is used as the skill points, basically, or magic points, if you will, for the gathering classes. It normally replenishes at like 5 every tick, which I think is about 6 seconds in this. So every 6 seconds you'll get 5 back, 5 back, 5 back. But if you want to use your gathering skills, this is the item that you want to use to replenish that so you don't have to spend as much time waiting. It does have a long recast timer though. Spirit Bond Potion. You drink this, your gear is going to absorb materia. It's going to Spirit Bond faster, meaning you can get materia faster. So if you're going to be farming materia, then you want to use a Spirit Bond Potion. Lasts for 3 hours. Durability Draft. Not as commonly used. It basically just makes your gear deteriorate slower. Glamour Dispeller. Important item to get. If you don't like something or you want to have something changed on yourself, buy a Glamour Dispeller, use it on the item, and it returns to its original look. Glamour Prism. This is needed if you want to put a glamour on anything. If you want to place an item into your glamour chest, you need one of these for every item that you want to place in there. That tends to be the most practical way of doing stuff like that. Sanction, we already went over. It increases the stats of armor and weapons that are from the guild company. The Uldon Crested Barding, another thing for your chocobo that you can change in the gear. Alright, and then we come to furniture, which is used for housing. Each one is something that you can place in the house, and that's basically it. Alright, we'll come to the last one here, and then we'll go to the second materials tab on all of them. Let me get a drink. Okay, we have the grade 6 dark matter, grade 7 dark matter. Now, what's nice is the grade 7 covers level 80 and below. So, on my main character, I've got like a stack of this because she repairs her gear. Hasn't paid to repair her gear since Realm Reborn. Alright, Trapper's Quiche. This is food. This is gathering food. You can check the stats on what it increases here. Gathering and perception. Fish soup for crafting because it increases CP. Hot chocolate. You can look at the stats and figure out what class it's for. If it's got piety, it's a healer class. If it's got spell speed, you're not going to want it. Spell speed just rarely enters into it. It's like the stat that few people go for. It's the not weighted as heavily. Tenacity is for tanks. Determination is for most DPS. Alright. These 4 items, the King Cake, the Titanium Alloy Mirror, the Adamantite Francesca, and the Dispelling Arrow. These are items that will be required for one of the steps of the Relic Weapon. So, remember where to get these, because you can buy them on the market board, and they're going to be extremely high priced. So if you don't want to spend that much, you can come and find it here, and just farm seals. Depends on what you want to spend your time doing, basically. Bombard Core. I believe this is also part of one of the relic weapons. Moonstone. I believe everything here has to do with the relic weapons and different steps in it. I take that back. Bamboo paper, the magic oilcloth, and the glacier crystal, those are for crafting items that need to be turned in for certain points in the crafting experience. That's the best way I can explain it. No, that is a way I can explain it. The best way to explain it is certain quests you will have to craft items and you have to get these things and they're untradeable and you have to craft it yourself in order to get the completion for the quest. The Reagan pepper. This, I believe, resets your chocobo's skills to 0. So you can place them out again. Doesn't lose experience, just resets the skills. The Flame Hatchling. One of the minions that you can get. Alright, then we come to the more furniture. And then you have the emotes and dances. So you can get Battlefield Etiquette Attention, which is an emote, At Ease, which is another emote, and then Ballroom Etiquette Reflection. Immortal Flames Aetherite Ticket, it teleports you right where I am, or thereabouts. And it's really costly. High grade company issue tonic. This is basically a Phoenix Down. Cannot be used in combat. Contemporary Warfare Defense. These are used for another thing that's going on that I unlocked yesterday that I didn't realize I was unlocking, and I wanted to get it on camera, but I could not abandon the quest. So, I will explain that at a later date when I come back to it. But it's basically getting people for your squadron. I am currently the highest rank that I can be, but I can't buy... Okay. Something's up. I will look into that. But, Squadron Enlistment Manual, it gets people to join your squadron. The squadron was something that they should have invested more time in to make it more useful for people. Alright, we're going to go back to the other materials. Swan Feather, Eagle Feather, Pudding Flesh, all crafting items. Nothing here. Pneumite, Glass Fiber, all of these are crafting items that are going to be used across the board throughout as you level up. So, mostly for quests and that kind of stuff, or for relic weapons. Like, what I would do early on was... Come on. Carry. Door, is it further below? Potash. So, back in the day, I would buy a ton of coke because coke was used to make a lot of the items that were high-end stuff. So I would make a lot of seals, buy the coke, sell the coke, get gil, and that is how I made the 35 million that I invested into the guild house that we have. So, those are the items that you can get there. Let me double check. Like for promotion, there are no further promotions available to you. I think I have to be like level 60, level 70 to go up higher. Because, for a fact, that 50,000 is no longer the cap. And that will allow me to get the other items that are there. So, that is what you can get at the Immortal Flames place. The adders and the storms will have a different selection in the sense that the gear is going to look different. The gear is going to have different names, but it's essentially the same gear, just with a different look. So do not worry if you are unable to see what you want here, because it's going to be at one of the other places. Most people like the look of the storm gear over the others, so something for you to consider there. I spent a lot of today talking. Alright, so what dungeon are we going to do next? I think I know what we're going to do next. We're going to go to the Waking Sands. And we are going to do some hard mode primals. But first, we need to talk to Urianger. Oh. Excuse me. Been a long day. Okay, we want Urianger. I know we've got to talk to all of them for that recurring problem. Tell me anything? No. Let me read that really fast. Such knowledge as I possess the beast tribes and their primals is at thy disposal. Whether man or beast man, we are wont to seek power when plunged into the black depths of despair. That despair doth begin with the Amalja, who may have already summoned forth a Freet, with our comrade Thancred. Okay. Talk to him really fast. There we go. Primal Fear. That's the one we want. Alright, so we need to go Black Shroud. And this is going to unlock Garuda Hard. And you best believe that if anything drops from Garuda, I am going to be kneading on it if I can. I don't think there's a Garuda sword. Could be mistaken, but I've got a green theme going on with this character. Alright. Lead to the seat of the first bow. Primal Fear. Okay. I don't remember having to go through all this stuff. So we're gonna see where this takes us, because I thought this was the chain that got us to Garuda Hard. It's saying that it's all 46. Not inside, they're outside. Yeah. And there's one in Old Gridania. Where are you in Old Gridania? Not saying. Okay. So I do have a bunch of duties that I can unlock. I want to get to the primals, because I'm really looking forward to fighting them. They are... You still have to pay attention to most of the mechanics. Is why I like them. one thing that I both like and I don't like certain aspects of the game. Fights that go too fast. Though I understand people don't want to be stuck on content that is overly difficult over and over again. So like if those dungeons that we ran already were still at the same difficulty regardless of the gear that we had, people would lose a lot of interest because it would take 20 to 30 minutes to get through instead of 15 to 20. And like Brayflock's Long Step Hard, people would speedrun that place and get it done in like 6-7 minutes. Why? Because they were farming light. If you want to know what farming light is, you should look up relic weapons. Alright, let's talk to this guy. Alright. Okay. Oh, okay. So that was not who I needed to talk to. That was for Manic Manor. Manic Manor is the unlocking of Hawk Manor hard. Which is not as difficult to navigate as the first one. We're going to go back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay. Report my findings. Archers Guild. Okay. Oh! Okay. Okay. So I may be unlocking another primal. Not the primal I wanted. But a primal nonetheless. I do not remember how to fight him. Oh, Pessy. Alright. Let's go. Yup. Use the cleansing waters. Alright, so if all goes to plan, we will be engaging Odin soon. Not the primal I was looking for, but a primal I'll fight nonetheless. And I will probably not be capturing that one until I remember the fight. I will look up the fight and refresh my memory, because I've fought him like 3 times total. All you wanted to know about Odin. Turn to Vesper Bay. Okay, yeah, I need to talk to them to get the Ifrit. Okay. And will this unlock anything? That does not unlock anything. Okay. We'll talk to Thancred. That's the one we're looking for. I am going to talk to everybody here just to get this step out of the way. You're gonna send me back to... You're gonna send me to talk with Alphanod, right? Yep, Alphanod. So we will come back for that, but we want to... That is what what I was looking for. Alright, Swift. So I need to go and reattune. Well, I shouldn't say reattune, I need to go attune. A lot easier now that you can fly. So my question is, where did they get the wood to make all this stuff? All the wood and metal. Alright, Ifrit hard mode, here we come. Come on, land. There we go. Oh, no. Always clear your selection. Otherwise, I probably would have gone into Copper Bell hard again. And I'm the kind of person that, if I make a mistake like that, I'm not going to make poor people suffer because I queued as the wrong thing. So I will usually run it with them. Okay, what is the name of their free company? Tonberry Academy. Alright, we will be waiting for a little bit. Can't go higher than this. When you see that, it means that you are at highest elevation that you can go. On just Sella? Okay. Okay. So definitely pirates. That opens up the Stasha hard mode. The Wrath of Karn unlocks Sunken Temple of Karn hard mode. Manic Manor unlocks Hawk Manor hard mode. Halatali hard mode. Birds and Slay. This is going to be Brayflox's hard mode, I believe. Blood for Stone is Stone Vigil hard. And King of the Hull is a new dungeon. The Bowl of Embers hard. Alright. Iron Will activated. Run forward. He is pretty much the exact same on most mechanics. He is going to have the frontal cone, so you don't want to do that. You don't want to be in front of him. He is going to have the... there's the frontal cone. He's going to jump up, disappear, and shoot across in 3 sections. And you cannot be standing in any of those sections. He will still have Erupt, except it's going to go off a couple of times as the fight goes on. You'll have to run away. So, here's the first one. He shoots across. Right. The other tank looks like they're going to be taking threat in a second, which is okay. They are a gunbreaker, so they're definitely going to be better geared than me. Eruption. So this is the chained eruption. You've got 3 that go off. Radiant Plume. Get out from the Radiant Plume. Alright, we've got the nails. There are 4 nails instead of 1 now. And they have to be destroyed. I am actually going to continue building threat on Ifrit. So, the last nail is gone. He's going to jump up, go into the middle, do raid-wide damage, and then come back for me. Alright. He's gonna do a few more things. He's gonna be double pluming now. And did that go on both healers? Okay, now is the triple. You don't want to be standing in any of places. Okay, we've got Radiant Plume again. Get out. The reverse Radiant Plume, which is just the middle. We had a level 3 limit break go off, it looked like. And that is Ifrit hard mode. Slightly different mechanics, more health, and you've got to kill 4 nails. Ifrit's Muscatoon. So we will give that to the other tank because they were really nice and let me tank it. Okay, Ifrit's Muscatoon. I'm just gonna show that. Looks kind of cool. Now that Ifrit has been destroyed, we are going to teleport back to Ul'dah. Pretty sure. Let's go to the Vesper Bay. I thought that it was a chain that you had to go through. Okay, I can understand if you wanted to you know, have bass for music, but I don't understand why people would listen to talk radio so loud. Okay, for you. Okay, in for Garud Awakening. So you have to come back to Vesper Bay every time and get the next one. So that's what I will do. Adder's Nest, Travel Teleport, New Gridania. You know, I psyched myself out so badly when the hard modes came out because I thought they were going to be extremely, extremely difficult. And I just had a lot of bad experiences with raiding in World of Warcraft towards the end that I just didn't want to do any of the high-end content. Okay, Nadalin, which is Orthus. But the dungeons, the high-end content isn't difficult in the sense of it takes forever to get through. Once you learn it, a lot of these fights can be learned in, you know, a single session. You learn it and then you master it. The other one. Blood for Stone, okay. And the last, like, extremely high-end duty that I tried was Ruby Weapon. And Ruby Weapon was a really fun fight. I mean, the extreme mode was not at all what I expected, but really fun. I mean, mechanics you gotta pay attention to, but once you learn what the mechanics are, it's just a matter of making sure that you're in the right spot at the right time. Right. So, I mean, it can now do the Howling Eye. We are going to go back to Horizon. Whether or not I can accept the next quest, I think is dependent upon if I can proceed. See, back in the day, I remember having to go and unlock the Crete. But, like, it was a quest chain that stayed in Gul'da, and then would send you to the next spot, and then would send you to the next spot. And it was not a return to the Waking Sands every time. That's what I remember. I could be misremembering. Been known to happen. Yep, I cannot do Titan yet. So, we are going to advance. I will take the Dark Light Band defending. Recommended gear. Hey, we're wearing a blue item. Okay. What was the cooking sherry? Don't really need the cooking sherry. So, at this point, I'm going to, kind of a spoiler, but I really don't feel that it is much of a spoiler. So Alphanod is one of the two, Elysin that you are riding with at the beginning of the game. So at this point, if you're watching, you will likely recognize them if you remember back to the very beginning. Okay, Costa del Sol. Oh. I'm just tired. If you want to get the unicorn, you have to play White Mage. It's a reward for one of the White Mage things. Yeah, I hope that they will fix this and allow you to actually stand up here. And stand up here. Stand up here. Yeah. So they'll just have to reprogram where the walkable areas are. It used to be a badge of courage or badge of honor to be able to like get up here through jumping. Players would create their own jump puzzles. Now you can't. You can stand on these walls. Okay. You stand on this. Nope, you can't stand on that. So many new characters. Whale mount is purchased from the store. The game store. Log station. And I should probably do a video on that as well. I didn't think that getting a party for Garuda would take so long. Baby Fark McGee's axe. Been a while since I've heard that name. South Park reference. Old South Park reference. Maybe not that old. Might have been like 12th season. Yeah, that's funny. Cross this? Nope. Just learning where we can go. Boon. Helm are you using? Dolmen steel armament of. Yeah, suppose that looks good. Well, what I can do is round. You'll get quests that will take you everywhere. Like, what is this little unassuming place here? You'll get a quest that takes you there depending upon what job you're doing, or yeah, we're gonna go back and grab the last quest after this is, and we will take care of Titan. The Howling Eye. Hard. Alright. So this is... Okay. He is not taking the boss properly, so I'm going to attempt to pull the boss over. He is going to be... yeah. Okay. Boss jumps up. You want to put a rock statue between you and the boss. That goes out. Tank the boss against the stone. He's going to summon the Razor Plumes, so you want to get the Razor Plumes taken care of. Ois keeps grabbing threat, which is okay, but by taking her away from the stones, she does not damage the stones, and we need the stones to stay alive. Yep. So this time she's going to jump into the middle and send out a bunch of feathers. So I am not going to attempt to do anything with the boss right now. I am going to go after the feathers since I am not main tanking. Main tank is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, but I can't fight for thread. Okay, Reckoning comes. Doesn't matter, you've taken all the damage, you don't have to hide from this. Now, you want to pull her to the north. Basically, you want to pull her here, I believe. Yes, you want to pull her to the south. Because if you don't, that happens. You will take damage. Now she is going to disappear and she's going to summon 2 adds. Yep, and here come the adds. I will grab the adds. We want to kill the adds. Crap. I want to tank them away from the boss. There we go. And for some reason, the other tank pulled them over. So this person obviously does not know this fight. Tank the adds away from Garuda. And then you just burn Garuda down. If you do not kill the adds, she will jump in the center and do an AoE and it wipes the group. So the adds are important. Don't stand in front for Slipstream. And Garuda is made. Now, in the full fight, eventually those locations will start spinning. So you'll have a vortex within the vortex. But we'll give it to Bard. Come on. Alright. So that is not how the fight is supposed to go, but I hope that you could learn from what was going on there. One of the problems with people coming in that get the level boost and don't know how to do the fights, they will stand where they're not supposed to. And they will basically try to main tank when they have no idea what the crap they're doing. It's why if I don't know the fight, I will say right out of the bat, don't know this fight. If I need to main tank, I can, but yeah, I don't know it. This next one, I'm hoping that I do not have to fight with the other tank, because this one is going to be fun. Come on. Teleport. Limsa. I'm not trying to be negative about anything. I just... Particular, I think, is what it is. It happens too fast to explain to the others how to do the fight, because by the time we were out of the cutscene, that guy had already run forward and was pulling the boss. And while it is considerably easier than what it used to be, you still need to observe mechanics because you can still wipe. You've got enough people that don't know the fight. Let's go to Ugamoro. Is Camp Overlook. I spent so much time in these areas that I kind of know everything backwards and forwards. This was one of my favorite places to farm fates for light. Do-do-do. Fly, 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 flap, flap, flap. Look at that. Ugamaro. Tuned. Quest complete. And the navel has been unlocked. So if you do these later, these are going to appear in the trial duty roulette. And the rewards will change based upon your level and where you are progress-wise in the story. Like, you'll start getting tomestones of poetics for doing certain things. Pretty sure I got some poetics for Drew to kill. Can I spend them on anything yet? Probably. This will be the last one in this chain. You need to, you need to get into the hard modes for parts of the relic weapon. So it's something to keep an eye on. There are some duties that I cannot unlock until I progress the relic weapon, because they are relic weapon only instances. Where was I going to go? Where was I going to go? Where was I going to go? Well, we're going to go into fight Titan. The navel. Hard. Alright. So, pop Iron Will. And let us hope that I don't have to fight for threat. You want to tank it? As... Okay. This person wants to tank it there. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to pull thread off this because I was doing my chain hate. So, as far out on the rim as you can without touching the red. So, weight of the land gets tossed onto 4 to 6 people. It avoids the tank. Landslide. Do not be caught by the landslide. It will come out, it will deal a lot of damage and knock you out of the ring. And you can't come back in this fight. Weight of the land going out. Okay, we have got the first set of bombs. These bombs will go off in the order that they spawned. So as soon as it goes off, the chain goes, you run out into the area, avoid... Hi, Chloe. Oh, my mistake. Thought she was hit. We have no healers. Okay, we have one healer. Titan's Heart. You want to destroy Titan's Heart. The Granite Jail will pop up. You want to destroy the jail. Time it so that it does not coincide with the landslide if you can. After you come out of the jail, you will have a debuff that needs to be removed by either a bard or a healer because your damage will be lowered. Tumult, raid-wide damage that gradually increases throughout the fight. Chloe is the one that got it this time, so I am going to... Okay, heart's broken. Everybody takes damage. If people are still trapped in the jails, then they are more than likely going to die when he does his large attack. Okay, this one. You want to go to the one that spawned third. Bomb goes off, and you move back to the middle. Oh, I might way to land. Oh, the other tank died. So, yeah. I am going to reset. Okay, so that was a fail. I will keep that in. I am explaining to the healers. You don't want to tank Titan in the center because he has a frontal cleave. You want to tank him against the wall. And it also gives people a longer, more area to move. So, whoever this... I'm just gonna stop. People don't want to learn the fights. And they've got gear above and beyond what they should have for their knowledge of the game. So that's going to go out, and okay, nobody got caught that time. Way to the land. The important thing in this fight is, or in a lot of these fights, is your DPS is not more important than you not taking damage. So, if you are about to take damage, move. Okay, we're going to start getting the granite jails again. I'm the first one to get a jail. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to mark it as what to kill. And they got rid of the debuff on me. Good. They're paying attention. Alright, so after this, I'm gonna do raid-wide damage. It's minimal. If you don't break the heart, that becomes a wipe. But you see how he lifted up the ground and just shoved it forward? That is why you don't tank him in the middle. It's because there is more chance of people getting hit and less chance to run, or less room to run away from weight of the land. So taking him in the middle is just bad choice for tanking. That will go off the same time as the first bomb goes off. So as soon as the weight of the landslide goes off, you can run and dodge to the middle after that first set of bombs. Dodge from the land. Okay. He just got jailed, so we're gonna go break him out. Wait or landslide on me. Dodge it. Keep killing. Pop the cooldowns. Okay. He's out. And he's been Isuned. Okay. Healers doing their job. Good. I've got a feeling that these people just did not know what was going on, and they're afraid to ask. Which is one reason that I'm doing these videos, is so that people can watch and learn. And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying what is going on in a lot of these fights. Okay, I am critical of the other tank. Because the other tank doesn't know what to do. I'm getting jailed this time. So I'm probably going to be in this. Good thing the other tank didn't die then. It has been a long time since I've wiped on Titan Hard. Like, I don't think I've wiped on Titan Hard since... oh gosh. Heaven's Word? But that is Titan Hard. Kept the wipe in there so you can see what went on. So, nerf, okay. I don't remember what I was gonna do next. Let's, let me check the listings. So, AK, Wonders Palace, Pharos Sirius. Let's do Pharos Sirius. Pharaoh's serious. I know I grabbed the quest for Pharaoh's. No. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. I didn't see. Not marked on the map. Please tell me I can do it. You're serious. Speak with Norman Mimidoa. Oh, there he is. Pharaoh Sirius is one of my favorites. And it is a difficult one for a lot of people. So to get to the Isle of Umbra, you need to talk to this guy. Only way to get there. And if you're not doing it for a quest, you have to pay. Right, you can come and talk to David. I think Pharos is going to be the last thing that I do for tonight because my voice is starting to give out. So, let us come here, clear selection. Pharos Sirius. And now we wait. Pharos Sirius was an extremely difficult dungeon when it came out. Usually it was about a 45-minute run, even for people that knew what they were doing, because there was so much that could go wrong. And it is easily one of the most fun duties as well. The last boss has been nerfed, as with most of them. That's okay. Not a bad thing having the nerfs going out. Whoa, wait, I'm gonna run over and visit the guy that I can't give anything to yet. Oh, I don't know if we can fly here. Might be able to fly here. That would be really cool if we could. You come find this magic pot, talk to him, give him an elixir, and you get a pet. Oh, please tell me I can go higher. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's as high as I can go. Bahamut, touch this as well. Bahamut. So, Pharaoh Sirius normal, you climb the tower, and Pharaoh Sirius hard, you descend below. Looks like we can fly. Really nice. There's a seawall. They built the seawall to keep the Sahagwin out. And I think in the next video I'm going to focus on the beast tribes and unlocking them, so that you can learn what they are. Complete all the beast tribe quests, you need to have at least one disciple of either Disciple of War, Disciple of Magic, or and a Disciple of the Hand or Disciple of the Land. Because some of the quests require crafting, some of them require gathering, some of them require killing. So, but you get decently compensated with experience and gil. Oh, well, I'm here. Let's go grab the other aetheryte that I don't have. And the Choco Keep. Okay, now we wait. While I wait, I am going to go and see if I can get anything off my my hunt list. Because this is a low-level zone, and a mid-level zone, and a high-level zone. And they so wonderfully have it all mapped out. Right. You the pusher. Yeah, you look like you need some help. And Pharaoh Sirius pops. I'm going to bring him down. I'm going to cast Hit Commence when I hit 5 seconds regardless. Just so that he has an easier time of it. Might not take that long though. But then again it might. Come on, get it down. There we go. Reward. Dang it. Oh, I thought I was the one that was withdrawn. Never mind. Alright. Alright. Pharaoh Sirius. Alright, friends. Alright, this trash down here, you want to not get hit by the AoE stuff. Doesn't hit as hard as it used to. Things get nerfed. Okay. Trash. More trash. Wrap. Get your butt over here. Now you don't want to pull past this guy. You want to stay in here for this trash, and I will show you why momentarily. Please heal me. Please heal me. Okay, I'm just gonna pop hallowed ground. I'm curious if they have done their quests. They've got galvanized. Okay. Gonna look at them. They're still in their full scholar gear. Okay. So I'm not gonna do large pulls like that. That was on me. So you don't want to pull up here because you get these guys. Soldiers need to be killed, this gate will open, and then we go up one floor. Something to remember in here, if you have aggro and you zone through one of these, the enemies will still come after you. They can travel down the tower just like you can. Got another group here. Want to kill this one first. Come on, pop up. I forget what they're called. Barber. Barbers you want to kill first. They do a debuff. They've got a skill that is... There it is. You don't want to get hit by it. Barbers should die first. Alright, we've got the first boss. First boss. Summons a lot of ads. You want to kill the ads. You can't necessarily tank the ads. He has skills that, he will summon two things that will gradually get larger, and you want to stand in the location where they do not expand to. I'll explain, that'll make sense in a bit. You're gonna get hit with that no matter what, and it's gonna give you the corrupted crystal. Yeah, we want to be on one spot or the other. I am not going to try to tank these hounds. They need to be... I will grab these two. Crap, they're going after the healer. Okay, I do not have my... Great. Yeah, this might be a wipe. Crap, run, run, run! I'm hit. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. I should let the DPS know that they need to kill those things. If we do not make it through the fight. So DPS in this fight needs to focus the dogs, because it's very dangerous for the tank to actually tank the hounds because of, yeah, the debuff that gets put on you. These crystal debuff, when it reaches a stack of 3, it does a massive blow up, and these hounds drop it on everything. So I'm hoping that they can get the boss down. One hit, one hit, one hit. There we go. check the loot. Read on it. Going this way? Alright. So that did not go textbook, but that's okay. In here, you've got the boots, and you've got these, and then you will have crystals that fall from the sky. Now, if you get too close to them, you are going to take damage from the falling stuff. So be careful. Communicating with the party. Communication is important. Corrupted Sprite. These things you want to stun if they start casting Banish. Free, I think it is. Banish is what they cast. And then they will cast one that is against everybody. Might be Banish Ga. Okay. So you can go in there for that treasure coffer, but you want to climb the stairs. I'm waiting for the party because some people... Okay. So be careful. I'm gonna drop again on those spots and you will have the slime. Grab everything, come up here where you're safe. And kill everything. Yeah, he's not gonna move. There we go. Alright. So if it starts casting anything other than Banish, then you interrupt. But it seems to die really fast. Okay, up here you're going to have a choice to go left or right. If you go left, you will find a treasure chest. Over here, you get another group with a barber in it. Kill the barber. And when the barber's down, everything just goes easier. The second boss is not as complicated as he used to be. So you get the screamers. Watch out because the boss is gonna come in right here and do a slam on the ground and then go and sit in its place. Because we are basically invading its nest. Okay, so this boss, there will be eggs that spawn around the ring. If you kill too many of them, she gets a massive buff. You kill the eggs that turn red that are about to hatch, and then, boss will get a massive buff if certain things happen. Eggs around will start to hatch, like this one. Break that, she gets stacks of Brood Rage. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt when Brood Rage goes off. Yep. And that is why you don't kill the eggs, you let them hatch. This might be a wipe. I'm stunned. By golly, I'm stunned. Okay. Okay, this is going to hurt. I popped hallowed ground. This would have been a wipe if this were still the original dungeon, because 16 stacks would have one-shot everybody in a single hit. Like that. Let's see if we can't slow the boss. Come on. Okay, they're dead. Okay. I have nothing other than my sword. Come on. And I'm stunned. And I'm dead. So, they were a bit zealous, overzealous in killing the eggs, which is okay. You live, you learn. Or in this case, you die, you learn. Fuzzy sprint. So, in these duties, the corpse run I'm probably going to remove. I think that is the first actual wipe on stream that I had in a duty, aside from a fate, or a trial. No, I had one where we did it a couple of times. Alright, so corpse run completely removed. Welcome back to the boss. We're going to wait for our last member to get here. They are not going to be as zealous about breaking the eggs. But we are going to pull her closer to the middle so I can go through her and I can do my stuff without destroying the egg behind me. So, the boss has AoE attacks. If an egg hatches, it's okay. An ad will pop out. Killing the ad does not increase the stacks as much, if at all. But the zoos need to be killed. Another one up. Okay, the cockerel is the one that needs to die. If a cockerel comes up, it links to the healer and will be an endless stream of damage to the healer. It does not look like killing the pullets or the cockerel do damage or increase the boss's damage. I could be wrong. So in this fight, it is best to not kill the eggs and just go for the babies when they hatch. Okay, we're coming up to a, it's a mini-boss type thing. You get loot, it closes it off like a boss fight, but it does not, it's like doing a trash fight. Okay, ether valve. Forget, do we, yeah, we close it down here. You have to close it down here, and you have to close it up the stairs. Got another corrupted sprite. I'm not going to do it the way that we normally do, which is run everything up to the top. Just because I am aware of the abilities of the people that I'm with. Not that I'm not saying it's a negative thing, I'm saying that I don't want to overstress them, overtax them. Okay. That's not what we wanted. Try to stun those puddings before they divide. I completely missed that. I'm gonna have somebody focus on that while I tank this. There we go. Thank you very much. So you want to close the valves, because the valves keep tossing that out, and that is going to deal damage if you hit it. Like this. Alright. This guy. This guy is just burn. So little HP, it doesn't even matter. Ads will spawn, but you can see how fast he's dying. I'm gonna field lob all the ads that I see. But the boss is gone. So, simple. A blessed monocle. And we have reached the top of the tower. I don't rightly remember Siren. This boss will summon ads. She is a boss that is, I think, in or near the middle because she will be respawning in the middle. She will disappear and dash through, much like Ifrit does. Deadly Verse. Okay, Storm Private. You can kill the ads, the Storm Privates. Ah, the Storm Sergeant. That is the thing that needs to die first. Because it's going to grab somebody, and they are going to be injured. That's right, she confuses people. Right, she disappeared. She's going to the edge. She's going to the edge where she... Okay, she's right there. She's dashing through the middle. And she's going to appear in the center again. Deathly Verse. Lunatic Voice. This is... Cannot be cured, have to be removed with Isuna. Alright. I'm going to pop cooldowns. So, the Deathly Verse, the Siren Song, you have to be healed to full in order to have that go away. So Lunatic Voice is going to go out again. That's going to put the debuff on everybody. You got to remove that. Deathly Verse will charm someone if they are not healed to max. So I may not have remembered everything at the start of the fight, but I remembered it by the end. That's Pharaoh Sirius. Learn from my failures. Just conversing a bit with them. So I'm going to go do some hunting log and then we'll see what's going on. Voice feels better. Okay, do I see anybody out here that I need? Gotta search the entire area because there are some that don't exist. Oh! Thank you for the follow, Avanar. Good running with you. So coming through here, finishing up parts of the hunt log. You're very welcome. I am glad that I can make somebody's day better in the game. There's been such a massive influx of players that people don't really know the basics anymore. So it took me a while to remember some of the things in that fight as well, because it's literally been like 2 or 3 years since I was in there proper. So I'm glad to hear that. It's always nice to have friends in a game like this, because sometimes you just don't want to run with people that you do in the Dungeon Finder, because you can find some really nice people, you can find some that just are complete and utter jerks. Thankfully, though, in my experience, the jerks have been few and far between, because they don't seem to last long on this game, I found. It's like overwhelming positivity seems to be a bane to their existence, and they just leave the game. Well, I'm glad you both took the chance and came in and ran Pharos with me. And I hope that you have better experiences in the future with pugs. You're gonna unlock next. Quest. Yeah, I totally get that. I used to play WoW in Mists of Pandaria, and um yeah, even back then it was really toxic. One of the reasons that I left and came over here is specifically the fact that, you know, people would, if you wanted to run content, it's like, okay, what's your gear level? What if you weren't like at the bare minimum, or bare minimum for what they wanted, then you couldn't run. And it's like, you need the gear from the place in order to go in to do the run. So how are you supposed? It's a catch-22. But yeah, I've been here for 8 years, so I kind of enjoy the game. The community is great. I like to say it's about 95% nice people and about 5% jerks. And that is getting a little skewed because of massive influx from WoW that we're having right now. But I've also seen some of those toxic players being put in their place by the GMs. So glad to be seeing the fact that these people can't do what they did in WoW. Yeah, this isn't my main tune. My main tune is 80 across the board. And the grind for her right now is getting the relic weapons. And I've got the base of the level 80 relic weapon on everybody, and I'm on the second to last, if not the last part for the bard weapon. So that's where I'm sitting on her. I'm enjoying coming and playing this character, leveling, making the videos for people to watch. I do the dungeons and I put them on YouTube, and I explain everything that I remember, at least, as I go through the fights. So if there's a dungeon level 50 or below that I've gone through with this character, it's going to be over there. If not now, then in the near future. And I'm just gradually unlocking and running through that content. And I try to explain the fights. I just did the 3 hard mode for Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda. And, it's frustrating when you've got a tank that can produce more threat than you that doesn't know the fight and is refusing to listen to what is being said as to you don't tank the boss there. You got to move the boss, and they tank it right in the middle of a giant AOE, and it's like, why? Just please drop tank stance. Let me tank. But yeah, please come watch whenever you want. Whenever I'm on, if you want. I try to stay positive. The healer's freaking out, or they're tanking a boss with a massive AoE in the center of the arena when they need to be tanking it at the edge so that the AoE doesn't hit everybody. So people can run away from the AoE. Like, have you done Titan Hard yet? Okay. Where you got the quest for Ifrit Hard, go back to the Waking Sands, and you'll have another one that will unlock Garuda for you. And then after Garuda, you go back again to the Waking Sands after that one has been completed, and you kill Garuda, and Titan Hard will unlock. And Titan Hard is just like Titan Normal, except you gotta dodge more. Garuda's it's easier than it used to be. A lot of these are easier than it used to be, and I'm going to be saying that a lot. And I'm really hoping that when the expansion comes out and we get the stat crunch, that the difficulty is brought back to some of these fights. So that you actually have to pay attention to mechanics instead of, well, I'm just going to tank Titan right here and hope that nobody gets hit by his cleave. Yeah. We'll do this one. It's so at the start of when I died at the start of Pharos with you guys, I took a look at the healer's gear shortly after I died and was like, okay, yeah, that was my fault. I shouldn't have pulled that much. That is definitely on me. So, yeah, I recognize when I screw up, and I will say so. Because I screw up. I'm not gonna lie. And you've got to own your mistakes in a game like this. My first free company leader, guild leader, whatever you want to call them, was, he would talk nice beforehand, and then when we actually got into the raids, he would, like, go full-blown asshole. We went and did in-game content for 2.0, and he's just like, yeah, we're just going to go in. This is a learning experience. We're just here to learn. And, like, half of us hadn't done the fight. We'd read a little bit on the fight, but some of the mechanics in the Twin Tanya fight, in Binding Coil of Bahamut, I think 4th turn, the Twin Tanya fight is insane. Like one of the hardest fights at level, at gear back then. So we wiped to something that we had never seen, a mechanic that just like came out of nowhere that hadn't been discussed, because it was like, we're going to focus on getting to this point, and then once we can get to this point, if you've done raiding before, it's the step progression of the fight. Explain one step, everybody gets that, then you move on to the next one, so forth. So, first wipe. very first wipe, he starts screaming at the entire group, just like, what the F is wrong with you guys? Why were you doing that? Why did you die here? And it's like, dude, this is learning. And, you know, the raid lasted maybe 15 more minutes, 1 or 2 more pulls, and he would lose it after every one. It's just like, we're done with this for tonight. Last time I saw him was in the Odin Fate, and he was yelling at people in the Odin Fate. And it's just like, dude, that's just, this is not the game for you if you're going to be treating other players like that. Because it's like, you need to heal me, you need to heal me, I'm the one tanking it. He wasn't the one tanking it. You need to give me a res me now. Like, he stayed dead for the rest of the fight. Unless he released and came back, he just... One of the worst players I've met in the game. Haven't seen him in years. Yeah. Some people are meant to be raid leaders, some people are not meant to be raid leaders. And, hopefully we can foster the spirit on here with a lot of the people coming over from WoW that, has been here the entire time. I don't know if you've run into it yet, but the GMs here, they enforce the rules. So if you see somebody with an extremely offensive name, you can report them and there's a good chance, like 99% chance that that name will be pulled if it violates the terms of service from the GM standpoint. If you're being harassed in a dungeon, you can report the people for harassment and they'll either get a timeout, temporary ban, or if it's bad enough, a permanent ban. Like, had somebody, like early on, just started pulling out all sorts of racist crap, and, you know, I'm just sitting here like, okay. So I just stopped doing whatever I'm doing in the dungeon and immediately report the guy. Because, you know, it was bad enough that I just stop everything I'm doing. Dungeon takes second place to getting somebody like that reported for just being a horrible person. Because you play these games to get rid... I mean, the racism that I want in this game is Lalafell are potatoes. That's as far as it should go. We don't need real life crap like that coming up a fun game. Magic Mike. You are a cat. Nope, you're a human. Sure. Too much Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, they are the, Lalafell are kind of the butt of many jokes here. The bunnies... What is it that my friend said? The bunnies always have the look on their face like they are... the light's on, but nobody's home. Doesn't matter what expression their face has. It's just like, hello? Anybody there? Doesn't matter what face they've got. They just have that sort of vacant, 1,000-yard stare, but... Alright, what was I doing? What was I doing? I was unlocking a dungeon. Yes. We were doing Corpse Groom. I don't know how much you've unlocked in the game or what level you're at, but definitely a lot of the side story quests, especially for dungeons like Corpse Groom, which is for Sastasha Heart, Tamtara Deepcroft Heart. Oh, amazing storylines. Yeah, yeah. I don't run through the story on this character because this is for teaching, and I want people to play the game. I want people to come in and just say, "Hey, this is a really fun game." And the few times that I do play the story would be like going through Praetorium. You can't skip the story in Praetorium. So I did the story, and then for the video I clipped it, and that dungeon is only 15 minutes if you get rid of all the storyline. But I understand why they prevent people from skipping the storyline. They had too many people that were skipping it, and even booting players that were trying to watch the cutscenes from the party so they could not get their clear, which is just a mean move. So they increased the rewards on it, and main story roulette, you have to watch everything, which I completely agree with. Anytime I go into main story roulette, I would open up saying, if you want to watch the storyline, watch the cutscenes. Um, you might be watching them in succession because you can kill a boss before you can take care of everything. So okay, Tamtara Deepcroft Hard. Yeah, well, you had people that just wanted the fast stones. If you can get in and get out and get 200 stones in like 15 minutes, which was 5 times what you could pull on a uh, normal dungeon, then yeah, people would abuse it. And there are people that still you can get banned for doing any of the workarounds to make it go faster. Um, at least a warning ban. It's usually a 24-hour for the first infraction, and then second one is like 3 days to a week, and then the last one is a permanent for violating certain rules. But they've been ironing out the rules and working with the community for years. I mean, that's one thing that is great here is you go on the forums and you've got people that are active and they will listen to what people are saying. And it's not just the loudest person that is got people behind him screaming stuff. A lot of the community stuff that's done is because the community's like, hey, we would love to have some extra furniture in there. And okay, we're going to hold a design contest. Design a piece of furniture that you want to see in the game. I don't understand a game that would be an MMORPG that doesn't listen to the community. It's it's like shooting yourself in the foot. And it's one reason that I like this one. I like Guild Wars 2, and what's that other one that I've to a lesser extent Genshin Impact. Um, that's more of a gacha than an MMO. But this one in Guild Wars 2, they've listened to their community through the years, and they've adapted the game and worked out bugs that were problems. World of Warcraft, from the beginning, it was always the loudest, most jerkiest person would get listened to because normally they were working for Blizzard. So, yeah, and that's the thing. If you think you know better than the people that you're trying to work with, then you're going to fail. And that's kind of how I approach some of this stuff is you know, I know I'm going to screw up in dungeons. I screwed up in Pharos. You saw that. But there are some fights that, I know like back of my hand. I've been through them 100 times, and I can run the dungeon with my eyes closed. I can do the fight with my eyes closed, almost. Um, but I'm still willing to listen to other people when it comes to, well, maybe you could try this strategy instead. So yeah. Oh yeah, we've been wanting vanilla servers. I mean, in my opinion, the point where WoW started to really go downhill was after they introduced Arena. Because they started focusing too much on balancing PvP and screw whatever PvE was going on, even though at that point, like 75 to 90% of the players were on um, PvE content. And they only listened to the stuff that people were saying about Arena. They didn't listen to, hey, this skill is kind of broken. It doesn't do what we need it to do in PvE. And they just ignored people. And they've been doing that since. There are still some fights that you can't go in and do at max level unless you get a party. Yeah, I hated the changing of the talent trees. I was a Frost tank when Lich King came out, and I was also Frost DPS when Frost DPS wasn't a valid DPS archetype. They had designed it to be, forgive me, I was not a tank at all. I was Frost DPS only. It it's been a long time. I mean, I've been playing this for 8 years and Lich King came out what 15, 16 years ago. So I would yeah, I had fun as Frost DPS because Frost was not the DPS spec. Frost was supposed to be the tanking spec, like the one that everybody tanked with. And then they switched over to where Blood was the only thing that you could tank with, and the other two were DPS specs. And I don't know, when I'm pulling out like 10k more DPS than the unholy DPS and the blood DPS that are in the same group that are better geared than me, I think I liked Frost. Story-wise, I'll agree. Story-wise and content, they actually delivered on most of the things that they promised for Wrath. Um, but everything, I mean, Cataclysm for me was the worst expansion because Cardinal, I have a cardinal sins of gaming, and one of the cardinal sins of gaming is removing content. And World of Warcraft has always been removing content, temporary content, because you are basically punishing any player that comes to play the game later. That's actually the main reason that I I got Guild Wars 2 as part of a Humble Bundle, and then I played it for a little bit, and I had absolutely no idea what was going on in the storyline, so I just stopped playing for a while. And it's because the first season of that game you cannot play. You get like a 5-minute trailer of what occurred during it. You don't get to interact with any of the characters and learn who they were. Um, you don't get attached to the world. And I had to go on YouTube and watch the entire storyline videos when that became made aware to me, and then I could go back and play the game because, oh, I know this character now. I care about this character now. They're a wonderful character. Whereas you just get dropped in Guild Wars 2 and you start in the second season, and it kind of sucks because you don't know who anybody is. You don't know any of the lore of the world. Even leveling up, it's like you level up to a certain point and then everything that you were building to, you don't get to experience. Like in this game, it would be like if you made it to the end of 2.0 and then everything from 2.0 to 3.0, or from 2.1 to 3.0, you just had no access to. Like, you don't learn about who Alphanod is. You don't learn about anything with Sid. So, yeah, Kata just, they destroyed the Barrens, they destroyed a lot of the old zones, the dungeons, they got rid of the lore in most of the low-level dungeons, and it was just, I like to play games for the story, and they got rid of lore, and in every expansion, they've been retconning their lore in World of Warcraft. Yep. What's nice about this game, and one of the biggest drawing points for me, is you can still participate in old content. You're encouraged to help each other. Like the Fate system is great in this. You get a rare monster up, like a few days ago. Um, I got into a fight with Odin. And the nice thing about the Odin fight, he drops things that allow you to buy this weapon, which is one of the coolest swords in the game, because when you sheath it, it's just the hilt. And then when you unsheath it, it pops out, and it basically goes lightsaber, and the blade forms. Okay, those are hunt targets. Those are hunt targets. They are a different system. But yes, those are rare monsters. I'm referring to rare fates. So we've got a fate back here. The wonderful little sleep tight that's going on. It's actually above us. But you will get a few rare fates if you're in the Shroud. If you're in Black Shroud, anywhere in the Shroud, and you look at the weather icon that is next to the mini-map. If you see like rain falling upward slowly in the Shroud, that means that the Odin Fate has spawned. The way that you tell the difference between the two fates is if you look on, if you press M or open up the map menu, I don't know if you're on PS4 or not, it will not show up on this. It will not show up. It won't show up like this, but it will show up on the minimap. There are probably about a dozen fates in the game that are like that. If you're in the South Shroud, anywhere in the Shroud, you will... It will be tension. The weather will be called tension. And you just have to like hop from zone to zone when Odin spawns and just say, is Odin up here? And then people will give you a location to go to. One thing that I learned, the Odin Fate used to be level 50. It's level 70 now. And I went in as a level 46 thinking, oh, I'm going to be able to survive in this. Nope. Nope. Occasionally, if you open up the party find... Trying to talk too fast. Occasionally, if you open up the party finder menu, you will see people that are looking for fates. You can sort by fates, and if there is a rare fate up, usually there will be parties for it. In the original game, or A Realm Reborn, you've got Odin and you have Behemoth. Odin will be in the Shroud, and Behemoth will be in Korthus, Western Highlands. In Heavensward, oh gosh, who is it in Heavensward? I know I've done them. There are a few. Ixion is Stormblood. I don't remember off the top of my head who they were in Heavensward. But they will each have specific items that will drop that you can trade for other items. In Stormblood, you have Ixion, which will give you a mount if you do it. It's the buff unicorn with the electric horn, if you've ever seen that one. And the other one is the Fox Fate, which is a pain in the ass to spawn. because it cannot spawn unless you've got certain fates down, and it's a like 30-minute to 6-hour window that it will spawn after another fate gets defeated. So it was farmed early in the game, but your best bet is to go to one of the main cities and just shout, "I'm looking for a hunt link shell that does fates as well, like the rare fates." And usually you'll get an invite from somebody to a link shell, and you can pay attention through that. Do I not have that um social? I don't have link shells unlocked on this character yet. I'll figure that out. Wait. Oh, I have to run the duty in order to complete the quest. Okay. I like that name. I like that name. So, right now I'm just doing duties before progressing with the main story quests to unlock the 2 or 3 that are on that chain. See, let's actually queue for... Okay. If you're up for another dungeon, I'd be glad to invite you over. See if I can remember your server. Ah, you're on Gilgamesh. Okay. I am going to... party. Let's go land. I do not like the flapping noise. Party. So, I am going to... I'm gonna create a party. Going to form a private party. The code to get in going to be 0001. So just open up your party finder. I'm gonna set it for duty. Dungeons. Hamterra Deepcraft Hard. Thank you. I like when it does that. And I will recruit members. So I don't know if my party is going to show up, but if you open up the party finder, see if you can see me on there. There we go. If you want to bring your friend from Adamantoise as well. Actually, I might be able to invite them now, if they're willing to come. Nope. Ah, no worries. Um, doesn't look like he is available, so let us queue up for Tamter Deepcraft Hard. Quit using the party finder, yes. Alright. Alright. Well, if he's willing to come with, I can drop out. It's not like it's going to be a long queue with the tank. Alright. Let's see. I cannot pass you leadership, I don't think. Yes, I can. So just invite him, pass lead, and I will queue us up. I am perfectly content waiting, because you guys were fun to play with. And hey, I'll explain the fights. I try to go into teaching mode when I enter the dungeons on this, so it kind of, definitely. I'm glad that you at least understand the dungeon a bit more. Because if you understand the dungeon, then it's going to be easier to go through it in the future. But you're also going to run into people that are going to run headlong into a fight and think it's a tank and spank when it's not. I've definitely, yeah, the Titan hard mode that I went into earlier, Tank just wanted to tank Titan right in the middle, and if you tank him right in the middle and not against the edge of the arena, there's nowhere for DPS to run when Way to the Earth comes up. Way to the Land. So we had on average 2 people dead at all times. So you were asking about the level 50 randoms that pop up. These are hunt targets. There are 2 B rank hunt targets in each zone. There's 1 A rank and 1 S rank that can spawn. The B ranks are designed to be, you get one target per week, B rank, for level 50, 60, 70, and 80 targets. The A ranks takes an hour for them to respawn. You get steals based upon what you kill. I will show you what I'm talking about with seals after I kill the last of these floating eyes that I need. So Joker, he's a level 50 hunt target. He's a B rank. So we go and we head into New Gridania. We're gonna teleport. So when they introduced it, it was a continuation of the hunt log, but not in the same way because people felt the hunt log was extremely tedious and it could only be done once. You press H, you will see what I'm talking about. Brings up the hunt log. Can only be done for the original 11 jobs, or classes. Well, original 8 plus thief. So if you come into these places, the grand companies, and you check the hunt log, hunt board, I should say, you'll get your, yeah, not authorized to participate in the hunt. I haven't engaged in being able to do that. But the elite mark is the B rank that you get to kill that week. And you will get seals for it, and you'll get money for it, and if you can get experience from it, you'll get some experience as well. I can't take any of the hunt logs yet. I haven't unlocked them yet, but after you get, okay, that is not what I wanted. So after you unlock the hunts and you can actually participate in them, you'll get the allied seals. And you use those, you talk to the bill master that's next to it, and he will sell you various items for it. Well, you should be able to solo any B rank that you come across if you're above level 50. Even before level 50, some of them you can solo. So you just find out where they are. If you go to the zone that they're supposed to spawn in, like for mine, this is Sewer Syrup in Western Thanolin. If you just go to the zone and shout, hey, has anybody seen the name? Most people, they'll just say, he's at this position. And what I tend to do is, if I find the target, I will say, hey, I've got this target. If anybody else needs it, I'm going to kill it in about a minute. So it just lets other people in the zone know where you are, and yeah. That's just common courtesy, I found. Not everybody will do that, but for the most part, most people, if they see it, they'll say, yeah, who's over here? Asking if anybody else needs it, that hasn't been in fashion since Heaven's Word. I still do it because I want to. No worries. What did you miss? Okay, so the A ranks, you'll usually need a party to kill an A rank if you're of level. Usually if it's like a level 80 rank, okay. You didn't miss much then. Not a lot of people do it anymore. Saying I'll wait for you guys if you want to come kill the thing, because the B ranks will spawn instantaneously now. Back when they introduced it, the B ranks were on a timer, but one of my favorite stories about like an entire free company getting banned. So they would show up to the hunts. They'd find the hunt. A rank, B rank, S rank, didn't matter. And as soon as they got there, they had a group, a full party, 8 people, and they would basically shout, hey, if you want to get full credit for this, let us know, we'll invite you to our alliance. You just have to pay a fee in gil, and it was usually like $1 million, $1.5 million, something like that. And they were saying if you want credit on it, and then they would pull it immediately after that ad. So they would kill it before anybody else could get there to even get a bronze level on it. So, because you have to do a certain amount of damage in order to get credit for it. And yeah, that lasted about 2-3 weeks. And then the entire free company was banned. Because not only were they griefing other players, they were extorting other players, which falls under, you know, in the US at least, a federal crime. Kind of like that. You just have to get enough damage done to the thing, which is why if you ever join a Fate group for a, or you ever go for like Odin or Behemoth or Ixion, look in the party finder or the Fate that you're going to. Just go there, look for the Fates, join a party, because it takes, everybody gets the same credit for the amount of damage done. So even if you show up and get a hit, you get the final hit on the guy. You get the killing shot. You'll still get credit as long as everybody else in the party did enough damage. So that's how I got credit in the Odin Fate, because I could not, I wasn't even able to get a shield lob off to damage him. But I got full credit, which allowed me to get the 5 items needed to get the Zantetsuken. It looks better if you can... There you go. Oh yeah. He had a skill that I think hit me for about 15k when my health was 3.6k. But he also has, if you want to look at the gear that you can get from the various level 50 things, you go to Korthus. Or, no. You go to not Korthus, but the other one, Mordona. Travel, teleport, Mordona. No worries. All right, you can invite him. You've got party leader. Just toss it back over, and we can queue up. You have to do it from the party menu. There we go. Okay, so before I queue, if you want to look at the items that you can get from the Fates, you come to Alina, Servant of Splendors, and you go to Uncanny Knickknacks. So from Odin, you can get the sword that I showed you. I can't show you the helmet because it doesn't show up on bunnies, but there is full body armor that actually is really cool. The helmet you can kind of see in the picture, except those bunny ears on the helmet go up like the size of the armor itself. It's really funny. From Behemoth, you can get the spear. And the knives, and then you've got... Not gonna show up. Not gonna show up. The mask will show up. So you can get Behemoth mask. And what's nice is with glamour, you can use it all you want. So these used to be like... These were never like in-game content. They were just cool looking items that you could get at the time before they added glamour. Ready? All right. Just looking for a healer now. When you reach a certain point, you'll also unlock the token exchange. But, Primal Gear, you can get, weapons for the various primals if you go through extreme mode, I think it is. You can get the items that will allow you to get really cool looking weapons from all of the bosses. And each expansion will have their own vendor for this type of gear. And sometimes it is the best weapon you can get for the expansion. I've always been a fan of Shiva's sword. But I think in the first one it was only Leviathan and Shiva that you could get. And I apologize if I ignore what's being said sometimes while I'm in the dungeon, because I'm recording them and posting them later. Yeah, this is definitely going to be my last dungeon because my voice is giving out on me. But I'm glad to have met you. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the follow too. I do appreciate it. I'm hoping to get more people in here to watch some stuff and learn about the game, because there's so much to learn, and I haven't even reached Heavensward content, and I've got so much that I can talk about. Like the Wandering Minstrel. The Wandering Minstrel in this game. Oh, sure. I will... I gotta do it that way, don't I? Not blacklist. Send friend request. Oh, well, okay. Okay, so, I'm gonna have to come visit your server. I think. No, not gonna blacklist you. I don't think I've got anything on my blacklist on this character yet. I love the behemoth mount. So, one little random tidbit. You know who this is? This is the Wandering Minstrel. And if you look at what he looks exactly like Yoshi P, who is the, basically the person in charge of Final Fantasy XIV. Self-insertion character. So, Wandering Minstrel you'll find everywhere. He unlocks the extreme modes for a lot of fights. So, wherever you see Wandering Minstrel, he is going to be who you will talk to unlock the trials, either hard mode or the extreme mode for it. So keep that in mind. He's not always here. He'll be in, I think he's in Idleshire. Here we go. So, game face on. Tone will change a bit, but I will still... The Tamtara Deepcroft. Hard. Alright, my friends, we are back with another dungeon. This is the Tamtara Deepcroft Hard. Remember, if you're tanking, always turn on Iron Will, or whatever your tanking stance is. In this dungeon, you will find torn folios all over the place. They are not required to progress through the dungeon, but they are good for the lore, the story, because there is a very tragic story in this place, and it's definitely worth checking out. Some groups won't let you actually enjoy that, so come back when you can, or even after the duty finishes, because you'll have time, and you should be killing everything as we go through. I'm trying not to pull too much, because I haven't checked my healer's gear yet. I'm in a higher level dungeon, I can actually use all my skills. So, okay, they're an experienced healer. Alright, for this, you need to kill the demon pawns before you can damage the usher. But you still need to go over and try to establish threat on the usher. Dodge out of everything. So, a little bit of the story for this dungeon. There's basically a I want to say a Romeo and Juliet type of thing going on here, but it's a lot more tragic. So I highly recommend playing through the story and watching the story for this, because yes, it's a side quest, but it is also very tragic and very well done. Good storytelling. Okay, so we are going to be doing it this way this time. I'm gonna grab them all. Don't get hit. Cool down, cool down, cool down, and arm's length. And hallowed ground. I was paying attention this time. I had faith that this healer wouldn't let me die, but I still knew I was taking too much damage. Yep. So, immediately popping cooldowns and establishing threat. Sorry, Tigrora. Did not mean for that to happen. Okay, threat is established. I am sorry, that was partially my fault, but also the healer. I didn't see how much mana they had, so that could have been all my fault. The hostile presence has vanished, we can move forward. Okay. So we're coming on the first boss. First boss. Do not attack the ads. Do not attack the ads, period. And you want to stack behind the boss. The reason that you do not attack the ads is they will do massive AoE that I think even with the changes to it, 4 of them will kill you. But you stack behind the boss, like right on the boss's butt, because the boss will do an AoE that will kill them, and they will not do their explosion. So that is how you do that. And it's just rinse and repeat now. Oh, this used to be so much harder. Usually they'll aggro on the healer. They got rid of the AoE taunt for all tanks. There you go. There's that one taken care of. Half Gloves of the Divine Harvest. Alright, for this section there are going to be a few rooms that you have to run into. Avanar, would you please go open the coffin? Okay, healer's gonna do it. So, you don't want the tank to do it because it stuns them immediately. Whoever opens the coffin gets stunned. And I will make sure to run forward and stun the boss first next time. Let's interject. Prevent the paralysis from going out. Alright, so that's one room down. Got some hallway trash. I like to take care of the hallway trash before going into those rooms, because it is just easier. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so gotta remember, people aren't used to this place anymore. This used to be the proper way of doing things. So I apologize for the deaths. It's trying to run things the way they used to be done. And it gets you killed sometimes. And part of the old ways that I am used to is that healers healed. They didn't DPS. Or rather, they didn't DPS unless there was actual time to DPS, and they focused on healing instead of... But that is something else. So I'm just gonna do... So I'm gonna stick here. Healer's new, I'm not gonna begrudge him anything. And Holy is fun to spam sometimes. Discarded body. Re-establish threat. So we're not going to do the old way of pulling everything. Alright, defiled coffin again. Have to come in here. Thank you, Tiger. I don't know how to pronounce the name, so I'm just going to say thank you, Lee. Okay. These guys all block the doorway. And definitely what you want to do is communicate with your party if you don't understand things, because more often than not, especially people coming from WoW, it's not a friendly game if you're a new person. This game is friendly if you're a new person. You will rarely find people that are going to be completely silent if you say, I don't know this fight. You'll either get, oh, don't worry about it, just tank and spank type stuff, or they'll explain basic mechanics. Especially if they're an older player. If they're a new player, they're probably just gonna try to face roll it. So, Don't worry about that. Alright, last coffin. I'm going to stun it this time. So that they can get out. And there we go, threat has been established. Okay, healer is stunned. Interrupt. Alright, second boss. Second boss. Remember second boss. Oh yes, this is the one where we've got to sort of protect him. Alright. So we run up. Fair body. There are going to be things that will spawn at these locations, and we've got to kill them before they reach him. If I remember the boss correctly. No, we run into the orbs. Grab an orb and run into it. They do pretty decent damage, so you might be able to get 2, but I don't want to stand in that. I was typing. We got more of the orbs coming up. Thank you for the cure 2. The cloud cover. And the last one is going to be 2 very large ones that do a pretty decent amount of damage, so you don't want to run into both of them. Yep. So I'm gonna hit this one. And there's one behind you, Avanar. Basically, our job is to keep the little guy alive. And occasionally, if the healer wanted to heal him, that would be acceptable, but it's not required. Right. I may not remember the fights until I'm doing them, but I remember the fights. Okay. There's a polio in here if people want to pay attention to that. Alright. Mobs right out of the gate. Okay, we got a few trash pulls here, and then we will reach the final boss. And the final boss, so very tragic. And a fun thing about the final boss, you can actually get the final boss as a mount. Have to go. I think it's just 2 more pulls and then we're at the boss. Maybe 1. Oh no, no. I remember this now. I remember this. Okay, so you need to kill the pawns like earlier, and there will be ads that spawn throughout this. This is kind of like a mini boss fight. You just have to dodge around the orbs. So he's... okay. He will get down to about 75% life, and then he will... no. It's just the ads come throughout the entire thing. That's right. You still have to watch out for the orbs. Okay. I'm just glad the bosses go faster now. I mean, I like doing the full fight, but at the same time, not very new player friendly in lower level content. I don't think I get storyline here, but I'm gonna watch the cutscene. If they start talking, I'm gonna skip. Yes, you can get that as a mount. Okay, we're skipping the cutscene. I don't want to ruin it for people. Okay, so, don't step in the middle. Alright, I think I remembered everything, so you don't want to step in the middle at all. That is massive AoE damage for yourself. They're going to be ads that spawn at the portals, and you dodge their attacks. You can't attack the ads, it's just a matter of dodging everything. There is going to be a point where ads will spawn, and you want to kill the ads ASAP. Because if they reach the center, then they charge up an attack, and if we get a 5-star attack, then, yeah, we may not survive. Pretty sure we won't survive. And what's funny is that this came out about the same time, well, probably about 3 or 4 months after the episode of Game of Thrones that had the Red Wedding. And the attack is called Red Wedding. So it's kind of tying into popular culture. I never played this game with sound before, so a lot of these things, like her giggling, is new to me. And just kind of creepy. And so very disturbing. I'm helping on the killing just because I want to not have to do this fight again. Normally, DPS can handle it all. So, Red Wedding coming up. Yep. Now for each one of those guys that goes in, it increases by about 25% or 100% damage. So it just takes that much more life from you. If you get 5, that's enough to probably do enough to kill me. Alright. Don't think we'll get any more ads spawning, because the limit break went off. And that is Tamtara Deepcroft Hard. Alright. I think the healer did a good job, considering they're new. Okay. The reason I call my stream teaching and learning. I remember stuff. And I can always learn new things. Alright, so I am going to come and... You're on Adamantoise right now? If you're on Adamantoise, I'm gonna hop over to Adamantoise. Want to visit another world server. Adamantoise. I'm gonna come over so I can add you both to friends list. I'm so glad they did that server upgrade. I don't have to sit waiting 20 minutes to transfer over. Alright, so... Friend request? Okay. And... End a friend request. Alright. So, yeah, if you want to add a friend's cross-server, sometimes you have to visit their server. Especially if you're in a cross-world party. Just makes it a lot easier. The world, let's go back to Fairy. But, yeah, thanks, Avanar, for sticking around and running another dungeon with me. Made it a lot easier because I can trust the DPS. Now I just need to find a healer. But, yeah, all joking aside, good running with you. I'm gonna find somebody to raid right now. So stick around if you want some channel points. Let's see who is on. Anybody playing 14? Oh, no worries about that, Avanar. I'm saying it right, Avanar. Oh, it looks like my old guild mommy from, her guild is actually on your server. She's very, very friendly, very nice. Let's just make sure I'm spelling it right. Okay, Tigror. Tigrora. Got it. I will remember that for next time. So, Sylv is playing Guild Wars 2, which is a really fun game. So we're gonna head over and show her some love. But she runs a great guild on Gilgamesh as well. You see the myth tag running around? That's her guild. She was really good in World of Warcraft as well. Like one of the few positive guilds that I ran across in the game. And yeah, so gonna give her a lovely little raid and end my stream. Thank you for watching. Av, thank you for the follow. Um, yeah, this was probably one of my best nights. Thanks for being a part of it. And go to the. You definitely will. I'm doing this all the way to 80, all dungeons, all trials, all raids, all the way. Because someone's someone's got to teach it. New players, they got to know how to do it from beginning to end. So, I will see you over there. Have a good night.
They always point out Kung Fu Pandas and all this shit. I'm like, honestly, Pandaria wasn't that bad of expansion. It was definitely the first steps taken in the wrong direction.
Hello, raided people! I've been raided! Did you raid my pants? Hello, Avanar! I butchered your name, I'm so sorry. Lop! Loppity lop lop! Miss your face!
All I can say as far as a Realm Reborn being a little bit slow, just fucking wait till you get to Heaven's Lord.
And that's why I gave it a 6-month sub. Like, I'll put my time into it and see, go through the initial.
Why are you dying?
That's been going on.
Can you please don't die? I haven't even found you yet.
I did enjoy a Realm Reborn, but Heaven's
Oh my god,
Lord
you died.
has super sunk its teeth into me.
Hey, Krampus. That's dead.